Hi. So I am going to be continue working on my illustrations, double checking, making sure I didn't accidentally leave myself muted. Wouldn't be the first time I started going on a spiel with everything still muted. So switch over here, adjust the camera to appropriately capture what I'm in the middle of working on, which at the moment is just coloring more pages. This is page number 12. Yes. This is 12. Hi, base. Yes. Happy 4th of July to everybody who's who that's relevant to. Supposed to be the best way of putting that. As you can see, I had started on this one already, but then it was dinner time. So I saw that you had managed to finish up some new emotes. It's pretty cool. I have ideas for more emotes, but I've been a little busy with drawing all this. What am I knocking over? I'm like trying to stretch my legs out and I keep kicking things and knocking it over. Finally got around to doing my nails for once. I'm like, there'll be times I'll go a week, I'll be like, oh, I really want to paint my nails. And then I just don't. Because it's effort. I ain't got the time. Or I'm too lazy. Roll a die and pick any excuse. Got some dirt track racing up on the screen. Got my stack of sketches to color. And I finally got around to ordering like bulk supplies of the colors that I need a lot because you go through a surprising amount of colored pencils when you're illustrating a whole book with them. So if you're watching from a computer, you may see that I've finally right now no. So this isn't disappointed in you. The horse is being scolded here. This is the horse being like, "What? You're scolding me? How dare you?" Uh, but I set up a throne. Yeah, see, he's like shaking his finger. No, no, no! You can't play with fire. Fire is dangerous, except in controlled circumstances by professionals. So it's more of the being scolded and trying and like taking that step back. I definitely have a sketch where Flint looks disappointed. I might have colored it already, so it might be in my book. This is sad, Flint. Flint knows a lot of things that we don't. I gotta say, this is probably like one of my favorite sketches. And this Yogi is, I'm going to request that we definitely do a sticker of this one. Or if you say no, I'm gonna do it on my own because I have that power and a vinyl cutter. So I think I already sketched disappointed Flint. But yeah. I'm like so happy with how that one came out. Um, so I set up a throne. So I have that down in my or in the extension underneath the video if you're watching on desktop. Um, and base, you got to stop bribing the wildlife. I don't think the rangers like that. Um, we're gonna see in like 15 minutes or so. Listen, I just figured I'd put it up there so people who don't necessarily want to subscribe every month don't have to. Besides, it also has a bunch of art supplies on there. And I think like everything but like 2 items is set up as like crowdfunding. And I'm not expecting you people or like you two to, buy it. I'm just making the general announcements. It was more of the I went, huh, was browsing through the Twitch extension, was like, oh, they have this conveniently integrated. Maybe I should check it out. I figured this. I'm not saying that you can't. I'm just not expecting you to. I honestly don't expect anybody to buy anything. Because again, I put the big fancy set of the colored pencils on there. I put more of the sketchbooks that I've been using. I get it. We're gonna do week on week off base, okay? So I'm gonna get it this week. You can get it next week. But I just figured sometimes people don't like necessarily want to subscribe and have a regular monthly payment, but they can throw a couple dollars. So I did most of those things like crowdfunded. I think you have to have it's like minimum $10 for it to be able to be, but some of it's like, oh, okay, another one of these types of pencils that has the thicker lead, and then one of it's like just colored versions. A lot of the stuff on there is also just like, oh, I really want this, but I don't have an excuse to buy it for myself. But if I get it as a gift, then I can have it. That comes from having to live paycheck to paycheck when I lived in Massachusetts for like 7 years. Um, I have to like justify to myself that I'm allowed to buy stuff. It's a problem and I'm working on it. But the other problem is I don't have a lot of room. So stuffed animals I can buy, and the pins. I love those like enamel pins. Because I have what I do is I take a picture frame and I put the plastic canvas in it, so I can hang it easily. And that's something I can collect that really doesn't take up a lot of space. So I think I still have one somewhere, maybe. No, they're all up there already. But Yogi, finally I found a online store that I could buy the pencils individually. So I did that and ordered enough to at least get through like the next book and like the next book and a half in theory. Because I think speeding also picks on dazzle. And then I know littering, we bring Heather into it. Bush looks like an alien. I don't know why. There we go. Yeah, that's good enough for now. Yeah, this one. I got my window curtain open because my neighbors like to put on a huge fireworks display pretty much any chance they get. So I should, in theory, have a nice, good view of it. I add some of the shadows now, and then I'll go over and add more where I need it when I have all of the background done. Just add a little bit more definition, make certain things pop a little bit more. It should be up. I saw it. Ah, what are you doing? Yogi, thank you. Yes. So I got to watch my sister kick people's butts in London today. You're gonna make me cry if you keep doing shit like that. Nah, listen. That set is for doing like some of these sketches. And base, my sister is a wrestler. Because it's on my phone. So I didn't have to like check things. And I didn't kick people's butts. I was watching it on YouTube because they were streaming it. You think I would have like flown across the Atlantic and not said hi? Actually, knowing me, it's quite possible. That's what I would have done. Thank you, Base. Thank you for the gift sub. I was like, that's a new noise. Much appreciated. So, and so, Yogi, didn't you know I clearly have teleportation powers? It's a New Yorker thing. It's called the New York Minute. But no, they were streaming the show on YouTube. So got to watch her be the new international champion. Which is pretty cool. Yeah, it was definitely helpful not having to do anything, not having to wake up to an alarm. And watching a Statlander kick butt is always helpful. In this instance, I can actually probably get away with the saying that I'm too short to deal with that. So I've not had to deal with that sort of thing. Um, but having to draw people sucks. So I can definitely complain about that. So is she a spider? Long arms, long legs. Ooh. Yeah. Base is always like, again, I don't expect any real sort of like, uh I'm ignoring that. Base, that is really cool. Yogi, I'm not gonna comment while I'm live. And Base has been is the reason that I'm as far in this whole streaming journey as I am. Because he was the first one to raid me with like a bajillion people. Yes, I will. I'll take a look at that in a sec. Uh, the fuck does it have to be specified that it's flying harpies? Nope. Helps if I fucking type correctly. Loading, loading, loading. No, any sort of styling could be more like draping fabrics over delicate bits. Discord's attempting to load. Fascinating. No, she looked really good. But you could definitely like I don't know how difficult creating that drape effect with fabric, but you could basically do it like a boudoir like photo shoot where you have like the bed sheet tastefully draped over things. At least I think that's how that goes. I wouldn't know. That is also a valid response. Puta madre. Why are you like this? I did also order the fancy ass Prismacolor pencil sharpener. Phone, what are you doing? I'm struggling, guys. Nothing wants to cooperate with me. Nope, you're still in there. Motherfucker. But yeah, so I ordered the fancy ass Prismacolor sharpener. Well, I almost just threw my pencil sharpener out. So that part goes there. And this. Play video games. It's a holiday. No, we're ignoring the call of art. Only sometimes. No, no, no. Remember, he's in the UK, so it'd be trolley. Right? That's how that works. This is why my pencils run out so quick. Trying to get a nice point on them just breaks them. No, that's fan art. Fart is fan art. This isn't even the right pencil that I'm trying to use. Guys, it's not even dark out. Why are you setting off fireworks now? Like, it's not even close to dark enough for them to be like good. Why are people so stupid? But it has to be all lowercase except for the A. And since you're gearing it towards kids, like that absolutely would be like appropriate. The fart gallery. Because I mean, what child doesn't enjoy like butt humor? He is being told off. This is the picture that goes, no flint, don't help. Fires are dangerous. This is 100% him getting scolded. I have enough work with, books 1, 2, and 3. But if you wanna like bounce ideas, again, I'm pretty much here illustrating until I decide, time to go partake in some adult beverages. Which I still might do like halfway through the stream. Why did I do that? That's no, we're not gonna have stupid little parts of the sky. I'm not fussed with that. I'm not doing stupid. Okay, I'll put Discord on my other screen in a minute. I still have to fix the activities page. Oh, I gotta fix that alert too. Now we added flying harpies. Uh, oh, hello. Oh, where is my bot? What? No, it's not a spelling mistake. Harpies, as in the heart bird women. I just don't know why my bot was just being a little dumb. Uh, we're gonna see if that works, and then yeah, I mean that's fair. Where is this stupid ass fucking feather? Terrible. You are terrible. Herpes isn't what I would go with there. That's just not what I would choose in that scenario. Yeah, that one. Terrible. Ugh. Not even gonna entertain you fuckers. This is all terrible. Aha. Aha. Ha. Mm. A smile of exasperation, maybe. It's a face palm. I hope you fall off your bikes. Stupid kids. I'm really not a very nurturing type of person. Like I said it and I realized, huh, that's pretty terrible. Like I really don't want to sharpen this pencil again, but I'm gonna have to. I have like a list of emotes that I want to do at some point. I just, again, been a little preoccupied. Put it in the one of the channels added to my list of art that I have to do. No, but I also like I've tried to sit down and think about, oh, what other emotes do I want to like sketch out? And I just haven't really been struck by that inspiration to draw them yet. That's more what it is. I've had time. Yes, I definitely like the idea of the puzzler, and there's a lot of ways that I can go with that. Um, because I don't know if you've checked it again, but I added a couple of like scenes that I've pictured. Um, yeah, just because I had the first scene like that has been in my head since the beginning of this sort of brainstorming thing. Uh, and then with the puzzler, I just have a picture going to pick up a puzzle piece and it gets like slammed down by a yarn needle or a knitting needle or something. So you just have that thing like sticking out of it, holding it down. And that more of the like have to pull the hand away real quick. Why is my Firebot not connecting? Why? Hello, Firebot. Yes, I'm just gonna restart that. I hate technology sometimes. I don't even know what order these trees are in anymore. It's in this one, it's like he's very like stretched forward and like the back is kind of squished forward. It's just hard to represent it in this angle. it's a lot more of the it's everything's kind of like the legs are tilted like this way. Yeah, yeah. Again, worst comes to worst, they'll edit it on in like Photoshop or something. Good place for the feed to freeze. They've so in these pictures, this is like Simon kind of herding them away from the fire. So the fire's like over here. It's not in the last one either. Mostly because where I'd be drawing it is so close to the corner that it's not going to show up on the scan. Because the one before this is when he's like gesturing them to walk away from it. So the position of like this tree has slowly been shifting over to imply that they are moving away from it. There's a logic to it. Let's see here. If you're not going to believe me until I show you. So we have running away from fire. Gonna whack the camera out of the way. We have the little fire here. We have go over here. Big fire. Fire is being pushed off to the side. Fire. They're gesturing. They're walking over. The fire's still over here, implying it's this way. They're walking. Then even over here, they're back to this big clump of trees, which implies that they've walked really far that way. So they're moved away from the immediate fire because he's now going, what can I do to help? So there is a method to the madness. And trust me, I'm thinking of the visual storytelling along with the words, which is why, like, this tree was over here and is slowly kind of been moving across the screen. Stop questioning me. I'm gonna put you on timeout. Go exclamation point Poke Shop Ultra Ball. Or there's the extension below the video that you can go over to the inventory tab to see what balls you actually have. And base, I'm not really surprised by anything that you say was your other stripper name at this point. You seem to have quite the collection. And I'm going to continue to operate under the assumption that every time you say that was your other stripper name, it's because you got banned from that club. If you anytime you attempt to use one of the Poke Catch balls, um, it'll use it up even if it wasn't successful. So I would definitely recommend checking out the extension. Great. Are we gonna function now? Here's the test. No, the answer is no. My bot is not functional right now. Probably because I never shut it off after the last time I streamed. I will do whatever the fuck I want. Just remember, you wouldn't be half as far as you are now without my intervention. It would still just be a thought in your head. Low Firebot. It was still, listen, it might have been down on paper, but all that means is that it was a note sheet. It doesn't mean you had any actual, like, concrete plans for it. Eh, I suppose. But I bet now you have to deal with me. So, who's the real winner in this situation? Yeah, I didn't think that one through now, did you? Uh, as long as you keep them far away from me, they are. Remember, I'm still trying to train them into mini arsonists. You can't use the whistlers if there's no good explosion. I'm critiquing the fireworks that are happening in the background. I broke my bot. Hello. Probably need to re-log into that. That's going to be a pain. Yeah, but are you actually connected? Yeah, pretty sure I definitely broke my bot. Can you guys hear the fireworks at all? I don't actually know if it's being picked up over my headset. Yeah. Well, Yogi, you'll have to deal with it. And base, I don't think any of us really expected anything different.
overall fast lap. And he's going to have a point change. And remember, they're racing next weekend, next Saturday night for $25,000 at the Diamond Nationals, and the points leader that night, $5,000. The top 12, Super 12, brought to you by Summit Racing Equipment. You know why he's got our day? Is he racing? And earlier you mentioned Elvis. And what a great guy Elvis was. I mean, great humanitarian story. Many years ago, probably in that former Darwin. He had 5 track championships, 3 different drivers. But Bob had an issue with his truck. Delmas told him, or a trailer, I think which way it went. Delmas told him, I got one come down here. Delmas gave him a truck and trailer both to you. Just to make sure they got the race car. We lost Delmas a couple years ago. In my opinion, he'd still be racing. He would have been absolutely engineer. Yeah, he'd still be racing. Looking for him that he'd race Portsmouth in that track world championship. It elbows up, and that's the only way he knew how to go. He was still winning races in what he did. Yes. Amazing career, amazing. One of the hardest workers you'll ever meet, right? I've heard stories of stuff for 5 o'clock, driving the truck, on-lane trucking, ran the whole business, done everything. He even got his boys down there with him. A great guy, great humanitarian, and great racer. And how many, not only did he support himself, all over the country, Elvis Common. Rod's not here tonight, RJ is, and then RJ's son-in-law, Justin Cooper, on for the inside of row number 2, Brandon Shepard and Jonathan Davenport. Shepard, a 5-time World of Outlaw Series champion, World Outlaw champion with the first Lucas Oil title this year. And he's raced Davenport 3 times. Yeah, they're stacked and packed. Here they come. And Nutrient Absolution starts on Hula Thermotech. Heat number 3 for Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series underway. Work at my side. Oh, fine. Davenport, man, talk about throwing the needle. Now he's got a sight and say, what Brandon Shepard? But Shepard's going to try to say, see you guys later. Guess what? If you stood out with his career win number 33, 2009, all-time in the Lucas Oil Series. Josh Richards. Wow. Not bad, yeah. And he was off-star. You never know. He's been practicing. All right, 3 down, 5 to go. Already project that way for Shepard. Step down the back straightaway. Well, Bishop's been good at the V5. The Shepard family. Start third, and he hangs on in 4 more laps. He's trying to put this heat race in right now because he's got half a straightaway over Davenport. Right now, it still looks like that gap starting to open up. Wilson in third, Conley in fourth, and McIntosh and Lawler out of transfer. But right now, Brandon Shepard, 3 laps left to go. Less than 3 laps now. Just working that racetrack well.
I think this one's done. Maybe. I'm going to keep finding little bits that I want to. That bush was just a little too light for being as far back as it was.
As we are on the Barron's Performance, 1 lap to go and dominating E-Race. It's 1.6. He's going to lead it wire to wire. And Brandon Shepard wins heat number 3 here tonight at the Atomic Speedway. Brandon Shepard to bring the checkered flag home. It's going to be Jonathan Davenport then. Wilson and man, Jonathan Davenport.
Good. This is nothing, Flint.
Shepard makes a victory lap. Remember when they used to do that? They carried the flag for a lap. Get the checker flag, take a lap, and talk Earl Lee Jr. He is in the Valvoline. Cyber Cap Ranches, Franklin Enterprises, Petra Towing, Gunner Sunny, Sunoco Race Fuels, Collins Brothers Towing, Ace Metalworks, Styles Brandon Maintenance, Rocket One Trio Motors, Danny White, Joel Rogers, Austin Hargrove, the Mark Richards, Rocky Durham. The number 1 out of New Berlin, Illinois. He will start third. How about it?
Yeah, we pick on Dazzle for the next couple pages. No.
Chassis new unit. You heard him, James Essex. You know he's going to be on the move in the 50 lap future. Durham Ford for the heat race winners tonight. Ricky Thornton Jr.
Yes, this one is off centered because it's supposed to be, because Dazzle is backing up. This is the whole Dazzle is. Oh no, not again! Because that's what Dazzle sounds like in my head. Why all of a sudden is my bitrate like crap? Hello, Twitch. What are you doing? I swear, if these motherfuckers like blow a power line or something. And what's your fun fact? Oh, that is a fun fact. It's not a very nice fun fact, but it's a fun fact, I suppose. Um, hmm. I think it's about a 50-50 chance if California is still on fire or not. I know we also, like, I want to say it was either earlier this year or like end of last year. There was the Canadian wildfire that we dealt with all the smoke from, where it was like creepy outside, where you walked out, like you looked outside and it was like orange fog everywhere. And of course, the dumbasses at work like left the door open. I'm like, what are you doing? But yeah, no, fires are crazy powerful and crazy easy to lose control of. No, it wasn't cheap spray tan. It was a fucking pain in the ass. Because at that point, everybody who didn't normally suffer from allergies was being affected by it. And they're like, oh, it's so hard to breathe. Oh, this is so annoying. And everybody who has allergies was like, welcome to my world. So we were all like justified.
Construction services, he's racing number one for one of the score box. Get that car, Adam Lawson, that's going to be front row. Blake Sheets, Judy Adams, row two. Tonka Harris, Chris Matheny, your third row. Nick McNichols, Landon Parker.
Waste pencil. Why are you like this?
Always stacked competition here in the score box. So race control, tell them. And again, we use the race fever race communication. That one-way communication. We can talk to them, they can't talk back. If you want to try that home with your significant other, that's up to you. I'll make it clear.
Wow, the shade that these dirt announcers are throwing. They're like, oh, we use the one-way communication, the receivers, where we can talk to them, they can't talk to you. But if you want to try that at home with your significant others, uh, good luck.
Right now, we've got 6 out of 8 cars on the racetrack. This is the 36 of Matheny, also the 5 of Parker. So, third and fourth row outside.
What? We'll figure something out. They're they're all in a little draw over here. Relax. I was thinking about like either making one of those like battle necklaces for, or figure out some way to make something with them. So they weren't going to be thrown out regardless. I'll see what I can do. Because there's the possibility that I might not use one of each color. Nah, see, today I won't be all, sir, yes, sir.
That gap. That was that 17 machine. McNichols trying to win the Lumen back. Zach Carr, Adam Lawson, Lawson that 79 machine. Still running that second spot. The late sheets on to Jamie Adams, Tonka Harris, Chris Matheny, Landon Barker. Trying to stretch out just a little bit, but in the meantime, Zach Carr says, "Guys, you do what you want to do back here. I'll put out in front."
Because there's also the big possibility. Ah, here we go.
You see it right here with Zach Carr. Once he has it, he's in control. He's just going to get the second bars.
Yes, I did understand what you meant, but there is the vague possibility that there might be a color that I do not use down to a stub.
These guys know that the better they finish here, the better their start position is going to be come feature time. And right now, we're going to look how big that gap is between Zach Carr and Adam Lawson. Right now, wow, we're 4 seconds for the first 2 seconds. So right now, Zach Carr is just opening up almost in a straightaway over the second place car of Adam Lawson. Plate sheets running in third. Jamie Adams back there in that fourth spot. Looks like a big sling of mud coming off Landon Barker in that five machine. Landon Barker, one of our graphic movers around this area. Jamie Adams now in that 42 machine. Trying to fend off Landon Barker.
No, no, no.
Zach Carr in cruise control. White flag this time. Zach Carr, then it's going to be Adam Lawson.
They'll just have to wait because I will inevitably use it up, but
Adam Lawson at 79 had a great run going. Adam Lawson at 79.
honestly, it's right now. I have your forest. It's the grass, the trees, and the bushes, and then this is just black. So technically, I guess that counts for Cyril and Simon.
Checker flag in hand for the 7 machine of Zach Carr. This will be the premium plate sheet. Landon Barker, 5, Jamie Adams, 32, Tonka Harris, Chase McNichols, Chris Matheny, and Adam Lawson. Zach Carr going to take home the victory here for the Culver Construction Services.
I feel like that should be responded to with well, duh. Who has the fucking whistlers? I'm about to shove them up your ass. Here, I'm gonna move you guys. So that would be my neighbors. Ignore the purple up top. That is the purple is the lights in my room, but that is my neighbor setting off fireworks down the road. So proof that I have my own fireworks show right here. At least they had the common sense to move it to the back street that nobody has that really nobody lives on. That's just a connecting street, uh, rather than doing it directly in front of our house.
Willie Stout. Yep. Willie Mack. Right. We get so many directions with that one. Willie Wonka. Willie Wonka. See, yeah, you're Willie. That's I don't know.
Mm.
I don't remember Willie Mays. Willie McCovey. Willie McCovey, the McCovey shift. Very good. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't know you knew that much about that. That's
Nope.
awesome. I was amazed when you were growing up. Are you a Reds or
Hello.
I was a Reds fan. I am a Reds fan. I'll
No.
be a Reds fan.
You and you over there. You, you, you.
Something like that. Opened it below the kids. Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah. I got a daughter down with Cincinnati, so yeah, we still root for Cincinnati. So because here we go, Kevin Wills, Cam, and Howie.
That's 90. Where? 50? 50? Yes. Yes.
Last call, by the way, for the two-seater ride for the parade lap, four-wide parade lap here live on Flow, and then also for the winner tonight.
I think you may have mentioned that one of the times we were chatting.
Tickets for that, Beer Bowl Parade Center, thank you. And also the 50-50 Closet Police. Check them out. So 50-50 coming to a close here also very soon. Walking through 3 and 4, they're coming to the start zone. The next race about to start zone. On the inside, that is going to be Kevin Wills.
I do vaguely remember you mentioning watching through the skylight. Or at least relevant multiple times.
Stout run here the first couple of laps here. He raced number 2. Ken Hauser puts it right up there on the wall. It's a little close. Drives it right down on. Got the diamond, if you will. 2 laps in. It's going to be Kevin Wills still out in front. Kevin Wills, one of those guys that he'll race just about anything that you'll let him put a seat into. It doesn't matter if it's 4 cylinders, modified. He's raced some mini sprint stuff over the years. And you can guarantee he'll be in races this year with the autocross. So it looks like we got one of them going into the backstretch. And now we've got the 56. Looks like Brian Dillon. I'm sorry, that's the 24. The 24 machine. That's Jake Castle
Strange, just as in like being back in a place you haven't been in a while, or like it's changed significantly.
on the front stretch. Yeah, go forward. Can't hit, can't go below. Can't have
Mm.
to get there. Try to take it home again.
Yeah, no, I can understand that. I've gone back to like going to an event, or like one of my rehearsals was back at my old high school, and it's just like being back there. It's weird. Things are vaguely in the same place that I remember them, but at the same time, the vibe is just completely different. Like whether it's missing a person or just the fact that like you yourself are different. So I definitely understand the whole visiting a place and it just being almost off in a way. Yeah, like the place has moved on without you. I kind of imagine that's how it would be if I ever went back up to if I ever went back out of state, like to Massachusetts. I imagine that it would be similar, where it's like there's a certain vibe with certain people, and those people aren't there anymore. But yeah, especially if that's why you were going up there, out there, over there, whatever direction is appropriate. Um, that's definitely, you're already dealing with an emotional situation, so I can see how that would contribute to the hey, this feels odd. Now we're in theory getting to the better fireworks. No, it's even if a person isn't there, sometimes you can still feel like their energy is in a place. Um, and then other times it's just not. It's just the general vibe of a place, or like a presence is missing. I may have to temporarily use a different color to outline Dazzle. I gotta see what color I actually have a duplicate of, because I don't think it's that one. Or I'll just have to switch to coloring the pictures that don't involve Dazzle. But that'll annoy me because then the pictures will be out of order. This isn't what I wanted to do. I wanted to outline all the bushes first. But I guess I'm coloring this one now. What? You know, there are some times that people will like spray paint a bush to make it blend in with the rest of the landscaping. So, yes, they might. I mean, it's late enough, so I'm not all that surprised. I'm just not on top of my game. It's not quite late enough for me. And I'm sure they do if they want to continue the lie that the curtains match the drapes. I do understand what time it is there for you. And I very much appreciate you staying and hanging out. Oh, these are the pretty sparkly ones. Keywords don't get thirsty. You're welcome. Um, if you give me suggestions for colors on all of them, I can get you the covers real easy because that's just changing the layer of the background. Nothing else changes except for like obviously the title. And it could also be like, in the coming soon section, uh you can have like a expected release date when we figure that out. Okay, that's enough out of you. Shut the fuck up. Um, the fuck are y'all cheering for? God, people are stupid. Sorry. My lack of social life is making me bitter or something. Um, but yeah, even if you make just there are words that I'm trying to say not coming out. Uh I will match those colors to the best of my ability. But print works differently than uh like website. So that is my only like, you know, public service announcement. Because printers don't like certain colors because you can't get them with the combination of the CMYK. But you're a photography person, so you should understand what CMYK is. No, and if you can get me like the hex code to that blue, I will absolutely do my best to match that. If I don't lose a fight with this pencil sharpener first. Nope, that killed it. Usually on like websites like that, you can pull that hex code, or I mean, I guess I can just pull it into Photoshop or something. What the fuck are my pliers? You in here somewhere? One of them. I shouldn't need fucking power tools. Uh, where? Did I shove that box? I should not need power tools to sharpen my pencils. I should not need fucking power tools. That's not even a power tool, hand tool. Ugh. That is my opinion of that, just in case you were wondering. use that until I can physically no longer grip that. Yeah, I use paint if I need to like shrink an image ever so slightly. Oh, that's not very helpful. Have a good night, Base. Thank you for hanging out. And I somehow managed to pull my block of chargers out of the wall. I also didn't quite notice at first because the plug for this is very like loose and has probably been bent a couple of times. So sometimes these lights just go out. They were out. And then I looked over this way and I was like, oh, well, that explains why my phone wasn't charging either. So it looks a little weird when you have all the shadows added before you have the rest of the colors. Uh, no, you're not the one I need. You're the one I need. And now we get the fun ones. I'm always a fan of those fireworks that like you feel like the bass at the club where it's not a sound so much as like a sonic wave. Maybe I'm just trying to give myself a heart attack. I don't know. The jury's still out on that one. Yeah, that's fine. Uh, you can also just create a Google folder and just add things there. create a folder on Google Drive and you need me to create the Google folder? Do you not have a Gmail account? 'Cause I'll probably need to like put that in like the finished book files will probably need to go in a Google Drive link or a WeTransfer or something because I don't imagine that they'll be nice small files. Give me Let me finish the trees and then I will here. Can you still hear me? No, you're still here. Okay. You don't need to yell at me. Let me finish the trees and then I will create the Google folder that we can use. Yeah, you just need to usually wait like 30 seconds or 60 seconds for it to be like, okay, you're not just a spam bot. That's mostly just Twitch being like, slow your roll there, buddy. You just can't chat like an auctioneer, that's all. Well, to be fair, most auctioneers aren't selling their own things. Auctioneers just get hired to talk fast. You attract buyers using subliminal marketing or attractive models to demonstrate your products. That crunchiness is my wrist. Because, fun times. Firebot, you're useless to me right now. What are you? Oh. What tab do I have that in? Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, I know you're still here. I'm not. I'm setting up the folder. In theory. Attempting to, anyways. And my tape's on the floor. If my internet would like to cooperate, that'd be fantastic. Any day now. This one. That's the hex code for the blue that I'm going to, paste in the chat message so that it won't disappear. I sent you the link to the folder in the Discord chat. So any of the large files that need to be transferred back and forth can go in there. I'll probably create subfolders at some point. But that should at least be good for now. Okay. I'll mark off which one I do use, and then we could use another one or use the other one in a different book. Once I finish up this page, I'm going to take a break, stand up, walk around. Because that'll be the second one I finish today. Oh, and this morning when I was working on typing all the no, this is 13. The one I finished earlier was 12. This is 13. Um, but so when I this earlier when I was putting all of the text in first, so I wouldn't have to be like, oh, let me put the image in, then add the text. Let me just put all the text in place first, and then adjust if I need to, if it's like covering the image or something. Um, the struggle that I was having with trying, so I'm counting, and the lines are all in order, and in the pages, but for whatever reason, I had a page selected, and the page that was selected was not the actual page that I was working on. So I'm sitting there going back, counting the lines and counting the pages, and I'm like, everything's lining up. So how am I a page off? I wasn't. I just didn't realize that as I was moving to a different page in the selector, it didn't change. So I was just kind of an idiot this morning, but the struggle was real. I was like, how did I fuck this up? I didn't. Just the program was working differently than I thought it would. But yeah, this is oh no, not again. So I'm not sure when the pencils I ordered are gonna be here. Uh, because they're closed for the holiday weekend, so they won't ship until Monday at the earliest. Um, so there may be a slight like coloring hiatus uh, if I run out of the colors that I need. This way I don't have to keep buying sets for like 3 pencils. Yeah, but I don't think a whole stub is gonna last to color a whole picture. Or like if it's this apple green that I'm using, I don't have another one in here. There's a similar color that is close to this, but not quite the same. There's a spring green that, as long as it's not necessarily used in the same picture, you may not notice. I mean, I might also just be able to see like uh what kits have the colors, like the most colors that I need. I think I pulled out everything, but I think this is the last apple green pencil that I have. I think. Oh yeah. I'm more just letting you know of, hey, they're on order, but there may be, and I don't want to just be like, oh, well, let me color all of the flints because there are some that just it won't work like that. I'm calling this one done because it's also when I scan them, the colors do change slightly. So that is number two. That is complete of the stream, even though one of them was half started. I need to like clean this at some point because between the graphite and then the edges of the paper, it's getting stained. I'll have to get like Windex or something. So I am going to take a break, stand up, stretch, all that fun stuff. Let me switch over here so I can yell at you. Um, yeah. So I'll be back 10, 15. Probably not that long, but I'm always going to give an overestimation. So I'll be back in a bit. have returned, and nothing has exploded while I wasn't here. I want to clean this off, but I want to be able to have a chance to let it dry. So I'll do that when I'm done, I guess. Uh, Plug my phone back in. What do you mean, not yet? Oh, my tape was on the floor. That's right. Tape. Tape, where'd you go? Oh, yeah, not exploded yet. Where the fuck did my tape go? Hello? What the actual fuck? Where? That's a piece of tape. It fell. Motherfucker. Yeah, some days you have that no luck, and other days you'll have all the luck. Let me attempt to get myself situated on the chair. Okay. So we're going back here. Uh, that's unfortunate. And like, have you tried doing like melatonin or anything? Does that help at all? Or is it just a matter of like, hey, this isn't like sleep is just not happening? I mean, to be fair, you mentioned that you took like a 5 hour nap, so that can't be helping anything. Sure. What the fuck did I do? Looks like he's about to smack a bitch. Because again, it's meant to sort of be that comforting hand out. And I get that, but at a certain point, like, yes, these are kids' stories, and well, yeah, you want to have it be as true to real life as possible because it is a work of fiction. I don't think kids are, well, they're kids. Um, the fact that we're having the animals talk at all, like that's also something like that. Obviously, animals don't talk, but I'm not saying that people don't talk to the animals, but this is the animals are actually talking here. Hmm. You're good. Last one streamed probably, but I might still work on more off camera. Maybe. I don't really feel like dealing with the Basil's tragic backstory right now. Tragic backstory part one. I also gotta check. That's 70. Yeah, no. As I throw a pencil on the floor. There's some like minor edits that I did of just like maybe switching like person said and said person. I can send you the PDF of what I have if you want to like go over it to mark it up, or just to verify that you're happy with how it's going. Um, yeah, once I finish this picture, since I'm then I'll scan what I have done in, and then I'll just export. It's like black and white PDF. Um, send it over to you so you can check, make sure everything's working how you want it to. See if there's any edits you need to make. Um, and I'll get those other covers too. What did you need to change about it? Or what do you think you need to change about it? As I attempt to dive for a pencil that I have no idea where it went. I didn't think so because we've been back and forth over some of the like the text in this one. But I'll still send you what I have so you can verify that the little small changes. Uh I mean, again, you don't necessarily have to make the changes right this second because what we can do is before I start working on like whatever the next one is going to be, we can like go over the dialogue so I can get like a rough idea of what you're imagining for the scenes. Um, I mean, like, so I feel like, uh, so you have Dazzle being the main friend in this one, and also in the speeding one. So I don't know if you want to change it to like Cyril talking about a friend who got like smushed by a car. Yeah, but the same way that I went over like, oh hey, this line doesn't make sense, based off of the way I drew this picture. We can this way you don't have to worry about making sure you have the scripts perfect right away. Um when I'm about to start the next story, we'll sit down and basically do like a read through. It could also be Cyril's mom's friend, and a mom is a flower. Because it's one of those like, unless you're trying to make Dazzle like the literal butt of the joke. No, I will start. I will absolutely start. Um, because again, right now, 2 out of the 3 books you gave me, Dazzle is the character with the problem, or has dealt with the problem in the past. And unless Dazzle is literally going to be like Eeyore and be the most traumatic backstory character, we need to do something about that. You get what I'm saying? Is my rambling making any amount of sense to you? Or would I have better luck trying to give therapy to Dazzle myself? What is crackling? Why are you crackling? Stop that. I mean, do the like again, I've only seen 3 of the books. That's where my commentary is coming from. So if hey look, you caught something and it wasn't a disease. Um if like Cyril and Heather are the other 2 books, then fine. It's just 2 out of the 3 books I have right now. We're picking on Dazzle. But does my rambles make sense? I mean, other animals are allowed to be included. They don't have to be like, you know, actually part of the gang. They can just make guest appearances. It's a forest. Technically, um yeah, I knew who you meant. Um there was a train of thought. It left the station and immediately derailed. Um oh, I mean, it's a forest. I assume that birds exist in England. So there should, in theory, be, little birds flying around. You might not have pigeons everywhere, but I assume birds exist over there. No. That's a very unfortunate name. Nick McNichols. Sorry, can't relate. And side note, I avoid the beach for a reason. Okay. Uh-huh. Um, Probably because it could just be like look, don't touch, or like, like no interactions whatsoever. The story could be no food, no touch, no danger. Yeah, no food, no touch, no danger. Because if you trust the people, they're going to give you drugged food and then they're going to steal you away and sell you or use you to make more babies. What? Yeah, because people are horrible. So I think it should definitely be called no food, no touch, no danger. Okay, I cannot use this pencil anymore. Next. Simon didn't have an eye because I had the it was too dark. There's the problem when the pencils get too dull, they blend without me trying to, and then it just looks like that. And unfortunately, I don't have a fucking whiteout pen, so this is how I have to fix it. That's not even a proper paint marker. It's a fabric paint marker. Yeah, I'll worry about that later. Because I haven't quite figured out what works best, like correcting over the colored pencil. If I slowed the fuck down and just didn't fuck up, then it wouldn't be an issue. But I can also just run to Target and get something, so if I can't find what I'm looking for when I go shopping tomorrow, then I'll add it. I feel like I probably should have drawn Simon with like a watch at some point or originally, because it's too late now and I'm not going back in and adding it. But he strikes me as the type of person who would wear a watch. No, I'm not adding it in now. It just seems like he'd be the type of person who would wear one, but it's too late. There are finished sketches of him without one, so no watch for him. Okay. Now that my foot has successfully fallen asleep. Uh, Yeah, no, you do what you need to do. I'm pretty much just gonna wrap up this picture and then I'm gonna end stream. Since you've reached blue o'clock. Yeah, blue hour, yes, but that's usually at dusk. But blue o'clock is when it's past stupid o'clock, but before like morning. It goes, like nighttime, late night, stupid o'clock, blue o'clock, morning. Nighttime is when everything gets that blue hue, though. So that's the blue hour. Like right before like twilight and dusk. No, I'm trying to tell you the terms that we call them over on this side of the pond. I know they're called different things in different contexts. It was just uh back in college when we had our 48-hour event in the campus center that we like took it over for all the sci-fi stuff. Um, Stupid o'clock on a Saturday night was stupid o'clock was 3 a.m. Blue o'clock was 5 6 a.m. when it started getting light out, and then it was morning after you went and you got at least like 3 hours of consecutive sleep. Eventually, you'll learn that when you start pushing boundaries, I push back. You already said you were trying to go fishing for an illustrator. You'll realize that I do bite. Mhm. Yeah, this way also, once I'm done with this picture, I can try to clean my light board and then let it dry while I sleep or while I work on other things and then sleep. Uh, no. However, depending on where the pain in your foot is, you can freeze a water bottle and like roll it on top of your foot or roll your foot on top of it. Because if it's in like in right in front of your heel and right behind like right in the arch of your foot, can't fucking remember the proper medical term for it, but I've dealt with that. Uh, Either buy new sneakers or like get a frozen, one of the cut it off and get a new one. Now you might have like stretched a tendon, so now it's loose and easily will like roll to the side. So I would recommend an ace bandage and ice it and elevate it. The fuck you mean you're starting soon? But yeah, people will complain to me about like variously like aches and pains, and I'm like, I could cut it out for you. No, I have an ankle brace that I use uh less often than I should, honestly. Just like the wrist braces I have, because my joints are all sorts of fucked up. Um, but I have a brace that can technically be worn like with shoe like inside normal shoes. Not the shoes I wear because I have fucking Converse knockoffs, which provide no arch support whatsoever. But that's my recommendation. And I haven't gotten a chance to, work on a voodoo doll for you yet. So you can't blame me for this one. When you suddenly get chucked across a room, then maybe. Nah, because I'll be working on it on stream, so you'll at least have some heads up that it's coming. Maybe. It all depends on how spiteful I'm feeling. Almost done. Doesn't appear to be any blank spots in the color. I don't think. Yeah, no, absolutely. Okay. So this is you see fire? Mm, it's still technically before midnight. I haven't checked, and I have my Facebook notifications off. I got a congratulations, and I got story with a horse in it. I'm in. Got 4 reactions so far. So that's why I figured let me share it because I know at least people react to when I'm posting things, and they all like to see my creative stuff. And I've been telling like a couple people that I work with. Here, let me this one. Um, it's all I'll work on cleaning my lights board while I chat real quick. A couple people I work with, I've been mentioning to it, And aside from giving me crap that I'm doing anything that has to do with kids, uh, again, I have a reputation. Uh, like they seem like the very least check it out. And then a couple of people that um a couple people I know from the racetrack. That was the one who was like, "Oh, a story with a horse. I'm in," because the racetrack is full of all the Long Island rednecks, and they know they are, and we call them that to their face. And oh yes, my workers absolutely, or my coworkers are well aware of exactly how I am, which the one who was like, "Wait, you're doing something, you know, helping kids or for kids? Uh, the fuck is wrong with you, you psychopath?" He's the one who regularly calls me psychopath, but that's okay because you think our conversations are bad. The conversations that I have with this coworker and one other, if HR was around during those conversations, we would all be put on notice because they're usually like blatant sexual innuendos. And it's just like, yeah, no, you both technically are above me in the hierarchy and are both male. And it's just one of those like, yeah, no. If if I were anyone else but me and the fact that I started the conversation, uh we would all be written up. That and I regularly would be like, "Oh yes, I could have, X, Y, and Z ways to hide a body or something." So I disturbed people on a regular basis. Kind of part of who I am. That and I have designated liaisons to come talk to me because everyone's afraid that I'll throw things at them because I will. Um, but I will change the colors or basically create the proof of for the next two books because I have those at least the titles. Um I'll send you the pictures of the titles that I have so you can add them as a, you know, future installments or whatever. And I will do my best to match the color to that blue. Um yeah, I've been streaming for 4 hours at this point. So, and I finished 3 whole pages. So we have up to page 14 and it's only July 4th for another 3 minutes. I have one, two, three that I have to scan. Now you're pushing it. We'll see if my pencils last that long. Because I might have to make an emergency run to a craft store that may or may not be open because of the holiday. I don't really want to drive that far. Maybe I'll convince Dad to drive. I have to go shop at Harbor Freight anyways. Does Harbor Freight exist over there? We sometimes get deliveries on Sundays depending on what service it's shipped from. Uh Harbor Freight is like a knockoff hardware store. It's basically like the cheap ass shit that will break after like 2 uses. but is perfect for when you don't want to bring the nice Snap-on or Mac tools to the racetrack. um, but yeah, no, we don't get regular mail on Sundays, but like Amazon, FedEx, UPS will all deliver pretty much whenever. Uh, FedEx is hit or miss whether they'll deliver, period. Um, UPS, you can usually schedule it. And it's just the USPS that the actual like post office for regular mail, not a courier service, I think would be the best way to describe it. Um Obviously I don't think you'd have UPS over there. You have FedEx over there? Is FedEx international? I think they are. Um I think you have DHL. But yeah, no, there's it's only Sundays that's really the hit or miss day. I'm like, I forget what day it is. It is now technically it's now Saturday. Yeah, I'm happy to put my name on whatever. Just let me know what you expect from me in regards to what you're putting my name on. Because a lot of times it'd just be a lot quicker for me to just upload something as opposed to being like, here's the thing, because we do have the 5 hour time difference. Um, but so to wrap things up here so I can get these scanned and get those couple of things set for you. Uh Let me just make a note real quick. Um so I need covers. You just need from me the two extra covers, right? Right now. And the PDF of what I have so far, just so you can read over it. Because again, I like maybe worded things slightly different, so it wasn't, oh, said Ranger Simon, said Ranger Simon, said Ranger Simon. I changed a word here or there. Um, so if you want to just go over it and be like, yes, great, this is fantastic, or no, this is horrible, scrap it and start over. Um, the cover is the PDF of the book. So you said speeding is blue and littering is the green. And that was it that you needed from me right now, right? No, no, no. I'm not. You haven't been short or anything. You're fine. You are 100% fine. It is stupid o'clock in the morning for you. I fully assume that it is lack of sleep that is causing any bluntness, we'll call it. Um, but no, you're good. And I'm gonna go so I can do those things off stream, and then Tomorrow I'll be around. Um, I'm not gonna stream, but if you're free and you wanna hang out in the voice chat, let me know and I'll hop on. Uh, aside from going shopping in the morning ish, which would probably be, I don't know, depends on what time both me and dad roll our asses out of bed. Uh, but depending on that, I'll be around. Yeah, no, so then that'll be like probably about the time that I started streaming today, which I think was like 7, if not a little earlier, maybe like 5 or 6 for me. Uh, you let me know. I always have my phone on me. So at the very least we'll figure it out tomorrow. But if we want to just brainstorm more ideas and if we at least come up with the titles for the other 2 books, I can make the cover pages for those too, as well as like start creating the secondary files where I just oh hey, I've been up long enough that my lights turned off. Would you look at that? Um so all I have to do is replace the images. Um but yeah, so that's good. We're good. We have a plan. And on that note, I'll see y'all later. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks to Base that with the gift sub. You switch to messaging in Discord. I'm wrapping up. So yeah, no. Thanks everybody hanging out. Hope everybody had a good 4th and didn't blow themselves up. But yeah. Peace.